Okay, we are almost there. Hello everyone. Just putting in my no music notice for the pinned comment quickly. Grahazik, hello, hello. How goes? Minimize that. There we go. Goes okay. That's grand news. That's grand news indeed. Oh, okay. Wow. Now, I had a little bit of a shocker not long before we started stream. It turns out that on this project so far I've already got more than 24 hours of VOD that I need to watch and comb through for clips. Just on the videos, not including this one that we are doing today, and the one where it's combined with the quell session, there is 24 hours approximately of footage that I need to comb through. So yeah, I'm going to spend a lot of time on 2 times speed over the next while going through that. Oh boy, because I need to start gathering those clips and doing edits of things. So yay, that is my slightly maddening revelation of the day, is that I've got a lot to sit through. Will my ADHD brain be able to handle it? Who knows? Disclaimer, I am not formally diagnosed, but I know that I have not got that sort of attention span. But yeah, I will work through it. I need someone to sit on my liver so that I actually do it. Because otherwise I'm going to get distracted halfway through and try and do other stuff, which is not going to be helpful. But here we are. We are continuing with the madness. Our goal is to finish this arm as a first priority, then come and do this shading, and then we can do this arm here and its placement and coloring, and then we can do shading on these frames as well. And we'll see how far we can get today and how much of that aligns with our mental capacity for today. We'll see exactly how that rolls. I'm just going to quickly fix this because this is bugging me. Wrong pen. Okay, put that back on. That's better. Okay, so first things we've got to do is actually grab ourselves some references again. Oh no, I just moved the chat box. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so over here, gonna move this out here, file, open, come to this folder, grab our hand riffs, put that there, hand cam on, hi, and now we've got cup going. More like that. So facing more forward. Okay. Grab you, drop you in there. Then next frame has that hand with the cup facing away. So more like so. And grab that, paste that there. And let me just try something here quickly. Yeah, maybe that will do something with the white balance. And let me just get arm position just so. Last frame. Like so. Okay, grab the screenshot. Still got a bit of burnout, but it's fine. It's fine. Sai Prime, hello, welcome in. What's up? We have just grabbed, hopefully, what's going to be the last of our reference screenshots for at least a teeny tiny itty bitty while. Up until we get to the next the next arc of movement. So we are back on the grind. We've got just these 3 hand postures to get through, and then we can call. Well, the first 3 of these last 3 hand postures to get through, and the shading on these frames accordingly. And then with that, we will be able to call the first 2 seconds, aside from eyes, and I just remembered the eyes, we'll be able to more or less be able to call the first 2 seconds, the hardest part of the first 2 seconds anyway, we'll be able to call done. So that's the goals. The eyes ought to be a relatively easy thing to fill in right at the end, as a little bit of polish, because they're going to be a separate layer group that just falls in. And I've had this thing trying to phone me the whole day, and I want them to not. Thank you. And let me just get rid of the hand cam for a bit. Wrong button. I see that the colors are looking good. Yay! Okay. So we are on this one for a start. Let's hide that for a start. And get to that reference. So at this point, our cup. Actually, guys, I'm just gonna check if we don't actually need that much of the chat box visible all at the same time on screen. Like, 3 lines, 4 lines is enough history, I think, to see on screen at a time. Keeps things clean. So now you can also see reference a bit more clearly. That's maybe not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Okay. So let us get into this. So, starting with the position of the cup, because that's going to be our key factor here. Let's just get this in place. Okay, and then let's assume that his thumb is a little bit less stumpy than mine. For aesthetic reasons. Hold on. That angle, like so. Not quite. That's not it. Okay, Let me see, I'm not happy with this at all. This phone call is going to drive me up the wall still, if these guys don't give up. You know, I know this is a common question for art streamers, but I'm just curious, what programs do you use for drawing and animating? I'm currently using Clip Studio Paint. I'm running on the EX version. I've been an EX user since it was still called Manga Studio. I've been using this program for a really, really long time. It is currently... I caved to the frequent updates on the version 3 of Clip Studio instead of just going for the non-subscription version. Simply because there are tools on the text side of things that I need every now and again, which only work on the subscription version. And the base version, they don't stay up to date and you can't keep using them. And I have been waiting a decade for being able to justify text in this software. I am not giving it up now. Not after the decade that I spent doing absolute gymnastics between software to get justified text in places where I needed justified text. Oh, it was insane. It was insane. Because I was using Clip Studio to do layout work for things, which it's obviously not designed to do. But it was the only available option at the time. Because there was no chance on this Blue OS that I was going to pay all of the money for Adobe. And that was before they started stealing people's stuff, you know? I think it was like 3 years ago now? 4 years ago now? Three. I got hold of the Affinity Design Suite as an alternative to the Adobe package. And between it and Inkscape, I can do most of the work in that class of vector-based stuff that I need. But yeah, let's just say that I have spent enough time doing workarounds on stuff. I'm not completely in the know of Adobe stuff, but I heard they really shot themselves in the foot. Yeah, basically what they did was they first made their own version of a stock image library using with a bunch of partnered artists and photographers and all of that. So they made their own stock footage library and stock image library. And then, without asking anyone, they used that stock library to train an internal AI model, which in turn they used to feed their stock library. And now they've also said that, no, we are going to assume the right to comb all of your data of everything that you do on our software to also train our AI library. And needless to say, no one likes that. Nobody likes that at all. Because a lot of people who are using that package are under non-disclosure agreements, which means that they legally, with their employers, cannot share anything that they are working on. So naturally, if that stuff is leaked on a image generation platform or video generation platform, because you can bet that Adobe is doing the same with video in the background that they haven't told anyone about yet, if I'm not just completely dense. They essentially, it just boils down to that they are stealing on every level, and it's painful. And yeah, sure, it's great that Adobe is now getting sued for their bad exit clauses. But yeah, all of the artists are basically bailing out as fast as they can. Like, even Clip Studio's subscription model is not popular for the frequent updates. That I think is a little bit predatory, honestly. I think it's predatory how they're handling it. But even then, it's not as bad as what Adobe has done, frankly. Like, they have mastered the art of putting frogs in a pot of boiling water, you know? Put it in slowly, make them all comfy, then slowly raise the heat. Until it's too late to figure out that you're boiling alive. That's what Adobe has been doing, and it's not been good. But yeah, that actually I'm going to put on record. We're not going to talk about this again because it is the sort of thing that I want to actually try and avoid that sort of conversation. I'm going to acknowledge that in this case, it is a widely accepted and widely known fact that it's something that Adobe has done. But yes, let's try and avoid conversations about the stupid stuff that software companies and technology companies get up to, because a lot of the time we actually don't know what's going on in the background of a lot of these big corporations. A lot of it is guaranteed to be stupid, but we don't actually know the details. So speculation is also not the best thing. And we can make assumptions until we're blue in the face. But we don't actually know all of the information. Okay, now here I'm just going to come back to our such ways. Thingamwidget. I just want to see what's the what our preservation of scale is doing here. Preservation of scale is completely thrown for a ball of chalk. Okay, so I'm going to grab all of you. Cancel. Put that there. Grab our eraser. Get rid of all of that. Get rid of all of that. Select you again. Okay. I think that is probably better. I was wondering about your program of choice and if you're using anything different between drawing single illustrations and drawing animations. I once upon a time was going to try Toon Boom for my animations, except I wasn't doing enough of them to warrant the expense. So yes, they've got a couple of additional tools. So they've got a built-in spine animation tool, so not entirely dissimilar from Live 2D. They've got a tool like that that's built in, and they've got some better camera animations, and they've got built-in compositing. So as a complete workstation, it is a little bit better, and they've also got more tools for other stages in the process, like your storyboarding and all of that. They've got separate tools available for that. The Toon Boom suite is impeccable. It's really, really good. Like, if you look at a lot of modern animation production in the 2D pipeline, a lot of it these days is actually done in Toon Boom. Regardless of whether it's your spine animation or whether it's this sort of frame by frame like what I'm doing, Toon Boom can do both of them in the same package, which is really, really cool. And it's something that I've wanted to do, but I just can't validate the expense. And I have not had the luxury of mental capacity to put aside a chunk of my life to learn the software package and do absolutely nothing else. I also am not the sort of person who can only work on one sort of thing at the same time. So I've got to mix up illustrations and animation altogether, I've discovered. Otherwise, I am going to slightly lose my mind. So, in the interest of presumed sanity, I'm currently sticking to doing everything in Clip Studio. Like, its camera tools are basic. I can't do shifts in depth of field, which is like the one thing I really wish I could do, is to do a camera shift of depth of field. So in other words, blur something in the foreground, have something sharp in the background, and then shift so that the thing in the background is blurred and the thing in the foreground is sharp, you know? In the same shot without having to have a cut in between. I'm sure there are workarounds for that in Clip Studio, but that's a lot of work. And with Toon Boom, it's like a 2-feature click through a menu, boom, you've got it. Make this object blurred, make that object not blurred, then keyframe, make this object blurred, make this object not blurred, and hit the play button and it does the thing, you know? The different workflows have different strengths, and having the tool set for that is really helpful. because I don't know if you know just how useful a depth of field shift is for cinematography. Like, it's a really useful thing. But speaking about cinematography and animation, I actually, after this, want to do some personal animation as well, which isn't going to be as clean as this. I'm not going to bother with the inking stuff quite so much straight off the bat. But I want to actually do some more rough animation that's less stinger and more scenic. Lots of movies and some TV series have used it. Yeah, like, I don't know if you guys read comics, but it's like the sort of thing where you've got a foreground character is shaded dark, while the background character is in the light, and then it's that sort of a similar sort of a sensation. It's as a cinematic tool, incredibly useful. Okay, so here. This is all wrong. I'm not an artist, like I've said, but I'm an animation and movie enjoyer, so yeah, I'm somewhat know how useful it can be for visuals and the vibe of it, drawing the eye of the audience to the right spot, yeah. Or the focus on the foreground character doing the thing and on a point in dialogue and formally blurred out character comes into focus. Either that or, like, you've got, for example, in a mystery sort of a thing, you'll have characters having a dialogue and then the camera slowly pans out or zooms out and you see an object in the foreground that comes into focus, which is obviously going to be plot relevant, probably. Something like that. There's the number of uses for the depth of field shift is endless, and that's not considering also compounding shifts, like that weird effect that's made where you've got a character and then the background kind of zooms in on the character, like what you see in some films, like when a eureka moment or a oh shucks things are about to go horribly wrong moment, that sort of the character stays still, but it feels like the world is just crashing in on them. That sort of a look. I have seen that I've seen that how that is achieved, and that's also using a depth of field shift, except you've got two cameras instead of just the one, I think, is how they do it. A rapid zoom pan out. Yeah, one of the two. It's like it just gives this sense of weirdness in the surrounding world, and it's I believe it's a depth of field shift. Do you mean the Jaws kind of moment? I can't recall. I think if I have watched Jaws once 8 years ago, it's a lot. I forget what it's called. Yeah, I also forget what it's called. It's sad. Like, I ought to know this thing. Like, it's a term that I should know. You know what, I'm pretty sure I'm going to, after this, be brushing up on my cinematic terminology, just so that I've got these words, because I need them to describe things. Or describe or combine that shift in a focused rapid zoom in with a slide pan around the character. Ooh, that's complicated cinematography, but so much fun. Where in real cinematography, I'm guessing that's supposed to mean? I don't know. You move the camera forward while zooming out or something like that. Makes the subject get closer while the background looks further away. Yeah, something like that. Yes. I think that's the methodology. Once again, it's been a while since I've actually done the reading. If I remember correctly. Ah, right, thank you. My abbreviation memory failed me again. Thank you, Sai. But yeah, I was wondering about the progress, about the programs and such, because I've always had an interest in art. I do have a cheaper drawing tablet bought a while ago and wanting to get into digital art, but I still haven't used it. I think it is one of those things that one ought to dabble with without the pressures of thinking of what you're going to actually do with it. Like, I am one of those people who draws because I don't know what else I would do with my life if I wasn't drawing. Legitimately, it is my single most natural state of existence. I have been drawing since I could hold a pencil, and no one in my family has ever been able to get me to stop for anything longer than what is absolutely necessary. It's one of the reasons why I was never going to be an academic. But yeah, it's, if you're going to do it, like in my formative years as well, do it for yourself, do it for fun, get a feel for it, and decide what you want to actually do with that once you are comfortable that when you've got an idea, you can capture an idea. Before anything else, all you got to do is capture an idea. It could be as ridiculously trashy as an idea can be. Like, I have in recent, I don't know, in recent weeks, I have captured ideas that look so ridiculously trashy. It's the sort of thing that most artists never actually show people, but it is a very necessary step in the creative process, is to just capture a thought. Like writing as well. It doesn't matter how bad the grammar is, just get the words on the page. Just spew it all out there, get the words on the page. If you can get yourself to the point where no matter how wonky it looks, you can capture an idea in a way that you can recognize what you've captured 2 weeks later, you've got yourself a solid starting point. And from there, any improvement that you do is going to be a matter of looking at it and thinking, okay, this I did pretty well. What can I make slightly better next time, you know? I mean this genuinely. I truly do admire that kind of pure passion, dedication, and hard work toward a craft. I wish I'd been that determined enough to be like that. Well, for a start, thank you. I appreciate. But I think it's a determination that everyone has for something. They just need to find what the something is, you know? Like, I have not got that determination when it comes to video editing, or to sewing, or to knitting, or to cooking. I have not got that dedication at all. Not by long no ways. I don't even think I've got necessarily that full dedication to writing. It's any kind of creative endeavor of any description. Like, even if you find fulfillment in something less creative, maybe more mathematical, more studious, more academic, everyone's got that sort of dedication for something. You just need to figure out what that something is, honestly. Well, I say that, but technically, that's the natural state, you know? Like, 3D modeling and sculpting can be considered very similar as well, like Krahazik has just pointed out as well. And it's interesting because sometimes what is the thing that comes naturally to you as the thing that you do, it feels almost effortless to be dedicated to it. For everything else, it isn't the thing that comes naturally to you. And it's something that you need to say, okay, I am putting aside the time to do this thing. And though it never quite 100% becomes that thing that's the most natural state of existence for you, you do get better at it. You get more confidence in it. It doesn't feel as daunting to do it every time. So everyone's got their primary art form, and then you've got secondary art forms that you're only as good in as you invest in them. I've spent years in 3D working, namely with starships as a hobby for the fun of it. Yeah. Lost. But like, I've also encountered people who their natural state of creative fulfillment is in things like vocal work, radio, audio drama, acting. That's their natural state of existence. Everything else is a secondary skill, which they learn and apply because they see that it is something that can support their primary art form. It wasn't necessarily easy for them to learn that thing, but they learn it, and they never really find that it's ever their first skill set or their most natural state, but they still get pretty good because it's something that adds to what they already do as their natural state of creative existence. Because I do believe that humans are a creative species. We want to make things, by and large. Even the people who think that they're not creative can be creative. They just don't realize in what way they can be creative all the time. if they're not lazy, they are capable of much. I just need to feed the thing that makes them think, ooh, this is fun. Well, there are reasons I say what I do, but it's the whole thing, and I'm not wanting to clog up the chat of a public live streamers, but I'll say I think you may understand yourself. I won't lie that I do think that I've got something that is a I do think that what I have got going for me is something that is not entirely dissimilar from ADHD, in the sense of there being a distinctive ease with which I fall into a hyper-focus mode. Obviously, like I said before, nothing has been diagnosed, so I can't say for sure. But when something is not in hyper-focus mode, there is no ways under the sun that I can focus on the thing. And I hop between topics that I do like crazy. And though, yes, they all fall more or less into the same vein and feel, like to an outsider, whether I'm drawing animation or drawing painting or drawing character design or drawing this or that, it's all still drawing in broad strokes. But to the lizard brain between the ears, it feels like I'm doing different stuff. And while there is something that might be considered a almost stupid level of grit that goes into that, it feels weird saying it. It feels really weird saying it. If it weren't something that I were naturally inclined to do, there was no way under the sun that I was ever going to do it. Like, I'm not someone who can memorize things easily. So, like, ever since I was the tiniest kid, I was the most horrible studier. For neither love nor money nor food on my plate could my dear mother convince me to learn my times tables. To this day, I ain't memorizing that. Why do I need to memorize it when I know where to look for the information, you know? Memorizing it isn't a useful thing for me. And that unfortunately extended to studies of other subjects. So when it comes to memorizing lists of things, that was always one of the areas in school where I was always the absolute worst. Is how do I memorize a list? This is horrible. I can't do this. No, don't make me memorize lists. Please don't make me memorize lists. Wait, people memorize times tables? Yes. Yes. It's like people memorizing the periodic table of elements. Everyone had to do that in at least decades past. I don't know about what nowadays, but yes. Like, it was part of the formal elementary level education, is memorizing times tables. Like, I don't know if that's just... I don't actually know if it's still a thing in the schooling system in my country, but when I was homeschooling, it was definitely a thing. That makes no sense, like memorizing it by rote as data, not by how you actually do the multiplication. Maybe, yeah, like... There were explanations of how to do the multiplication, but some people just found it easier to learn the pattern visually. I understood the concept of doing the manual multiplication. But don't ask me to do it immediately. Don't ask me what 8 times 7 is. Don't ask me what 8 times 7 is and expect me to have an answer for you in less than 3 seconds. Vada, hello, hello. Welcome in. Sorry, you just stumbled in on a lamenting conversation about multiplication tables. So, yeah. I can figure it out. Just don't say that I've got to have it instantaneous information recall, because that's not me. That sort of memorization I was not doing. I never got the maths processor add-on. Yeah, no. I also did not get that add-on. But it's fine. We survived. I only don't know any random multiplication result offhand as pure data. I just use math in my head. Yeah, except I was in this situation where one was expected to be able to have the instant recall. Because one most knows what the multiplication tables are, you know? I've encountered people who it seems they have a calculator built into their head. It's impressive, yeah. I think one of my other issues is that I have family members who are just very good at pattern recognition, specifically with numbers and number recall. So, like, for example, my mum, she can memorize a home telephone number from 20 years ago. I do not even know how she does that. It wasn't even our home telephone number. Every time that she asks us, okay, remember a couple of digits for this phone number, I'm just checking it against a thing so that she can type it into dial it later. It's like, okay, we're fighting like all the world depends on it to remember our 4 digits, and then she asks us what were those 4 digits again, and then she says, oh no, it's this, this, and this, and this, and as you're like, how did you remember it? Yeah, so needless to say, I am not friends with math. I am not friends with math and numerical number recall, but it's fine. We survived. We'll continue to survive. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to work off of the handshake rather than where the cup is. Like so. There we go. If the calculation involves a number having to needing to shift numbers around, I get lost. Yeah. No. I live with a calculator within arm's reach if I need to do that. Like, even when I do simple addition, I use the calculator because I know with my dyslexic brain I will mix up the numbers. I have mixed up numbers reading them aloud while the number is right in front of me. Like, for example, if I look at the kilobytes per second on my OBS at the moment. If it says 10337, I will say 10733 without realizing it. And needless to say, that had me so lost during school in math. I know this probably sounds odd, but I'm fascinated by the ways in which different people's internal processes work differently. That is a very interesting topic, honestly. It is an incredibly interesting topic, because it is a sign that our actual internal wiring is non-identical. I like to know how things work, you know, and people are most complicated things, yes. Like, our brains are just generally wired differently. And between the ways that you're exposed to new information, how frequently you're exposed to new information, under what conditions you're exposed to new information, all of those things have an impact on how your brain chemistry and your neurologic development interacts with that information. It changes how it's stored, and whether that is affected by a positive chemical hormone response or a negative chemical hormone response, you know? Is association with this information going to be something that makes me happy, or is it something that's going to give me a fight or flight response when I'm exposed to it? Do I feel under threat when I need to recall this information or not? And when it comes to things like education, that relationship with how that information is burnt into your synapses, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, has a big impact on an individual's relationship with academia. Because the things that trigger the stress and the reward pathways are going to be different between individuals. Speaking of math, for instance, back in primary school, my teacher always would tell me to show my work in math, but as a kid I didn't understand it all. It irritated me because my thought process was that having to write down all the work was just slower. Yes. Animal, hello, good morning everybody. I don't have time to sit and watch today, but send hugs and cookies to everyone. Also drink water. Thank you, Animal, and thank you for the hydrate reminder. It is indeed time for our hydrate. We are exactly an hour and 13 seconds in, so thank you for the hydrate reminder. I appreciate it, and thank you for the cookies as well. Good luck with all of the things that you need to do today. I hope that with all of the busyness that you sound like you've got ahead of you, that it will go smashingly. I've still got the end of my after lunch coffee. It's cold. Grr. I understand now that they just had to make sure I knew the right way to get to the right answer, but I wasn't. But I was just frustrating. Can't remember any kind of grammar or geography to save my life. Yeah. It's part of the conversation on tell a kid why they need stuff, and things suddenly start making sense. It all comes back down to the age-old issue of communication, effective communication. Why do you need to know this? Why do I need to show this? If you leave it as because I say so, no one is going to absorb anything. If you explain with a valid, clear reason, a lot more people are going to be a lot more open to doing what you instruct them to. Don't touch the fire. Why? Because it's going to melt your face off. It's a very valid answer. But what if I want my face melted off? Well, the rest of us don't want to clean it up. You know? Please don't. Think of the person around you as well. Yeah, teachers did not like me for that. I tended to ask why a lot. Yeah. It's the current education system does not really cater for people who ask why. That's why I'm actually a strong advocate for home education if there are parents who are capable of doing so. Because here's the thing, right? Homeschooling does not need to be for 8 hours a day. Right? Anyway, I wish I could chat more, but I gotta go. Alright, Sai, thank you so much for dropping in. We appreciate it. Good luck with the things that you need to do. I anticipate that it's morning grind now. So best of luck with all of those things. And catch you next time. Or later, depending on how things go. Especially in most of my classes, I always wanted to know why the information being taught was applicable in reality. Yes. That's the thing. That's the thing that a lot of modern education does not actually cover, is where do these principles actually apply? Like basic arithmetic, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Those are really, really important if you are doing your basic budgeting for knowing, okay, this is how much money I've got. This is how much money I've got I need to be able to spend. This is how much things cost. Where can I afford to actually spend the money? Where must I not be spending the money unnecessarily? Useful for arithmetic. You know, balancing your books. A basic skill that everyone ought to be able to do, but not everyone is able to do. That is a perfectly valid practical application of the information. Where is everyone going to use, say, let's think of something. Trigonometry. Trigonometry is another mathematical thing that people teach you in school, and you wonder, why on earth do I need to know trigonometry? I'm never going to use trigonometry or geometry, okay? Like, geometry, if you're going to be doing anything in life that has a spatial component, geometry tells you, okay, this is the space that a thing occupies, right? So if you are going to go into clothes making, architecture, ceramics, pottery, if you need to know the volume of a thing, those are things that need, those are the basic sorts of things that need geometry, or the calculations that you learn in geometry. That's not yet going into things like your engineering classes or anything like that. Like, if you want to purchase a plot of land to build a house on, you are going to need to calculate materials that you're going to need. And it's like, yes, we need to get this information at a basic level so that if you're at least having a conversation with someone about this stuff, you're not talking to a brick wall about, all right, ma'am, I'm going to need to purchase this many meters of fencing to put a fence around your property. Because that length plus that length plus that length plus that length is the amount of space around your property. You know? If you're talking with a brick wall to a person, and you are the person trying to put up the fence, and that person just does not understand, but the property is only so wide, you are going to have a problem. And that's where having at least a basic understanding of certain principles, why they exist, is important at a high school level. Because let's just be real as well. Kids in high school have no idea, not the foggiest idea what they want to do with their lives. At least 60% of the time. At least 60% of the time. So they don't even know what they like to do with themselves yet. How are they going to know for their career assessments and stuff what sort of direction they should even be studying in? They don't know. So you need to give them a broad foundation and tell them, while you're giving them the broad foundation, where those foundations are used. And that's where people fail in the education system, is they don't tell you that fundamental, here's what we do. And it doesn't help that the math problems that are come in paragraph form give these absurd examples. Like, no one is going to ask for 25 watermelons, but everyone is going to ask why you need 25 watermelons, you know? And if the answer is that, no, I'm in catering, then great. There's an actual answer. No need to drill high-end math into kids with no application knowledge, who may never actually need that high-end math in their day-to-day. Yeah, like, if you are doing the sort of math that you are going to be using in thermodynamics, i.e. material studies, engineering, that sort of thing, yes, then you're going to need some advanced algebra. But that's not the same sort of math that someone who is maybe going to go into meteorology is going to need. It's not the same sort of math that someone who is going to go into navigation is going to need. Like, most of the time I never use geometry or trigonometry in my day-to-day. Well, I would actually argue a counter to that in terms of your 3D modeling hobby, actually. Because if you were going into, maybe not Blender, but if you were in a CAD software, and you were going to actually be prototyping things, then absolutely that geometry and trigonometry would come in handy. And you probably find yourself learning the math that you need as you need it. Right? Because there are accuracies and implementations for that math in that application, especially when you're dealing with mechanical stuff. But you learn the math you need for the job that you need to do. And that is why I'm actually a very, very firm believer in apprenticeships. Right? So, an apprenticeship, you learn the job, on the job, doing the work with the tools that you use to do the work, under the guidance of someone who actually knows how to do the job already. It's not this airy-fairy, we're throwing information that may or may not be useful somewhere eventually, blah. You know? So, yeah, that is, in a nutshell, my beef with the education system. But yeah. That's where knowing what the math is in general, i.e. knowing geometry deals with shapes and volume. I don't need the details in my day-to-day, but if I run into a situation that does need it, I can look it up. Yeah, like, our era is actually a little forgiving in that sense, in the sense that we can look up the details when we need it. In years gone past, that wasn't exactly necessarily viable, courtesy no internet. So we are a little bit privileged in that regard. But basically it just boils down to our education system needs to get with the times. Just took longer, yeah. Your information base is only as good as your library, yep. The information was accessible, it just took longer to get to you. I have a book on aircraft design on my shelf, which does include some math formulas. Ooh, fun! Also, I've picked up some books on hydraulics, which makes sense. Associated fields will have crossovers of information. Okay, let's see, where are we at? Okay, we're at the point where we need to do shading. Okay. And when modeling a mechanism that involves the use of hydraulics, I wanted to have enough knowledge that it looks about right. Yeah. It makes sense. Have information that's pertinent to what you are striving towards. No. I often think if I had all of the money, all of the money, there are great many things that I would love to do. And one of them would be an experimental sort of an education centre. But unlike a traditional education centre, it would focus on letting people try things. All ages welcome. But it just lets you try things first. And depending on your aptitude and where you find yourself enjoying things, to actually, from that point, let you get into an apprenticeship on that topic. That would be, if I had all the money, that would be the sort of thing I would like to experimentally develop. A try everything sort of a vibe. Yes, I have that written down. I want to write it into one of my fictional worlds. And see what sort of a response that idea gets. Who knows, maybe it'll inspire someone who's actually got the resources to do something similar. See if it will actually work. Because goodness knows I have not got the temperament to run it. I've absolutely not got the temperament to run it. I've had an idea for an educational institution. That would cover middle school through college. Aha. The students would live on campus always, and the focus would be education for living, starting with basics and progressing towards specific fields. You see, I think that's where different systems need to be tested and trialed. Is that technically, I actually think that those are almost graduation from elementary level things that need to be discussed. So that sort of thing would actually be final 2 years of elementary education in my book. And basically from that, it would be apprenticeship based. Sky Huntress throws cookies and wanders off to look. Thank you so much for the cookies, Sky. Thank you, thank you. The school would not just be about lesson done in the classroom, but lesson to learn from just living and observation. Yes. Yeah. That, you see, that's the thing. Are we then describing an educational institution, or are we describing a community? Are we describing an educational institution, or are we describing a community where people live as people live, doing the functions that people do, and the kids are observing? Because here's the thing, before Industrial Revolution, people lived as communities, and guess what? People were capable. School was a place where you learned fancy stuff so that you could think fancy stuff, where you could come up with fancy ideas in a university, which was supposed to then be a place for original thought. Then Industrial Revolution came around, people needed to be factory machines, original thought was not necessary, but machines were necessary, so people got put in sausage machines for 8 hours a day because both of their parents were on shift and they needed a daycare center. And all of a sudden, you don't have functional communities anymore because no one is there. The kids aren't learning from their parents. They're learning to be a machine. And yeah, if you can't tell, I've got really, really deep-seated strong feelings about this. Part of the partnership parent apprenticeship system was to give students a system to try stuff and figure out what kinds of fields they would be interested in. Yeah. Like, it's actually such a critical thing, is to just give people an experimentation phase, you know? It's worth so much. Hold on. So, which one starts to change things is 8. So 7 through 4 are actually the same, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to break things. I'm going to intentionally break things. This is going to be fun. Or terrifying. Or both. Lovely. Let me just collapse a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, I don't want to collapse those yet. What I am going to do is I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. I'm going to go 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to pull you out. Okay. Hide, hide, hide. Cool. And now we're going to grab all of you, copy, and we're going to paste you here. I'm going to grab all of you. I'm going to go hit that button. And we are going to do scale matching. Why? Because this is the quicker and easier way of doing this job. Why? Because cheating is all fair in animation. If it looks right, nobody cares. Okay, then everything below this goes away. Could most of what I do in Blender be considered cheating? I don't know. I don't know if it could be considered cheating. Like, if one is considering 3D versus 2D as cheating, then one has fundamentally missed the point that 3D things fundamentally have a completely separate use case from 2D things in a lot of ways. No, I can't use the same thing. Go. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. 6 and 7 I have to do manually. Because the cup is tilting differently. I know it looks really trippy right now, but that's just an example so you can actually see how things are changing. Okay. For example, the pistons on the landing leg are not strictly speaking animated. No, like that is not the animation part and the rigging part are not the same part of the function. All right? So if you were doing a stop frame sort of a thing, where every single frame was a different model altogether, then yes, using an IK and then just making jumpy frames would be cheating. But it's an acceptable cheat because you're getting the output, because you're getting the result of a stop frame seeming animation without necessarily having to make 100 million models. But in the use case of actually having a functional piece of gear that's doing asterisk the job that it's intended to do, it's completely on use case. There's no cheating in that. You could manipulate everything manually with a less advanced rig. But that's just making extra work for yourself unnecessarily, you know? Because I did a NDA thing in Blender a couple of months ago that I can't actually talk about much, but I did a thing, and for this thing I needed to model a stage light, you know, like a theatre park can. And that is all well and good. And I needed to make a couple of duplicates of this park can to be able to angle it at a stage. And I, in my infinite lack of rigging understanding or rigging knowledge at the time, I did not have the know-how that I needed to be able to rig the light so that I could open and close the barn doors on this light as needed, or change the angle that this light was on, or change the angle on the truss that this light was on. So when I was angling this array of lights at the stage in the lighting plan, I had to move each mesh manually because I didn't have a rig. Let me tell you, having a good rig is not cheating. It's not cheating. Because I did it the difficult, stupid way. It still worked. It looked right in the end. But I did it the stupid, difficult way. You know? Okay, then this goes like that. Maybe not necessarily wrong, but definitely the difficult way. Wholly unnecessarily. Okay. Would object constraints be considered rigging? Absolutely. So if you've got an array of objects in the same model, and they have a fixed relationship with another part, always thought of rigging being with the armatures and bones. Armatures and bones are part of it, yes. But things like using constraints, using blend shapes, even to a degree, considering things like having multiple meshes that you can switch between, or enable or disable. Those are all part of a rig for a certain item. So, like, you might have bones on the rig. You might have only one bone on the rig to be able to move the object within a space. Like, for example, you might have a bouncy ball that only has a root bone so that you can plot it on a path for animation, right? That is still a rig. It's still a rig. It's a simple rig, but it's still a rig. You can have a floating head with blend shapes to be able to make facial expressions. It's maybe not got any bones, but it's still got a reactive function to an input. That is a rig, at least by my definition. Industry standard, I don't know what their definition is, but my understanding is that any model that has a manipulating or has the ability to be manipulated non-destructively, I would consider that a rig. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Now we fill. There we go. And show color again. Okay, let's finish the last of this coffee. It's now definitely cold. Basically 2 hours in. 20 minutes shy of 2 hours in. And now the coffee is gone. Tragic. Okay, reassess my seating position. Okay. And you guys are completely unshaded, the whole lot of you. Okay. So I'll come back to the shading. Save button. Save button. Very important button, that. Just absolutely cannot forget the save button. Okay. Okay, so at this juncture, I think I'm going to add in the espresso itself. So here we're going to add let me just get my auto actions list. Gengar controls, normal Gengar layers. Cancel. Get rid of everything in here. Go to white base, blue shade, yellow shade, red line, line, blue line. Copy. Layer 1, paste. Grab the folder, clear. Hide you. Put you all back into operational mode. Line. Grab you. Delete. That one does not need to exist. On the line layer, what we're going to do is we are going to start with grabbing all of this, copy, and in number 2 we're going to add another subfolder. I'm going to call this copy. I just figured out how to adjust the timing of when different animations begin on the timeline. Nice. Nice. I'm actually gonna just quickly look at a reference for something. Let me go. Pouring liquid images. Let's go videos. Close up. Animation reference. Let's see. YouTube on animation, pouring water. Let me just make sure that my OBS is desktop audio muted. Yes. Everything aside from the microphone is in fact muted. Okay, open a new tab. Aha, here's a reference. Just a tick, guys, just getting myself clued up here real quick. Okay, so let me change the search query here from that to coffee machine slow motion That's a good video. Let me see. Ta-da. Almost there, guys. Almost there. Coffee pour. Okay, that's a good one, I think. No, it was not a good one. Just getting a reference video quickly. Just checking something quickly. You'd think for pouring fluids there would be an easier collection of this stuff, you know? Okay, so this is looking like the best that I'm gonna get. It's not 100% the same angle, and that's fine. I'm gonna roll with, what I'm gonna roll with doing is using it as a basic guideline, and then roughing it out from there on my own. Because there is no ways that this is going to be a 1-for-1 copy. Not a chance under the sun. I'm gonna start with a beam, followed by a blob. That's sort of like that-ish. This is really random, weird looking thing, but it's fine. Let's start with our bean. They're a little short, but I'm not worried about because it's actually out of shot. Okay. And now I'm gonna copy this. Paste. Line. Clear. And our little bean is going to go underneath the red line there, here, because it needs to be beneath those highlights. And what it's going to do is we're going to have an initial not like that. We're going to have an initial splat. And then we're going to have our little wobbly bit. Right after that. Actually, I'm gonna clear that and make that part of our wobbly bit. Let's go a few frames further along in our video. So from here, we'll have a little bit of a that way-ish twist. Okay, copy. And paste. And move and scale. And and okay. Let's scrap all of that and just be gone with you, all of you. Delete, 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 delete. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over here quickly, and I'm going to take this back down from 8 to 4, 6. This is 6. This is size 6. Yep, this is size 6. Move control point, move you in like that. Great. Pin 6. There we go. And then up here, we're going to take that. Ook. And we're going to be gone with it, because we're going to have that. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Something like that, yes. Okay. There we go. And then from there, we're going to grab you, copy, here, paste, scale you down to there, like so. Okay. Grab all of you, be gone, grab you, be gone. And you like so. Something like that. Okay. So now, before I go any further, I'm going to pull this out of here. This is from number 5. Please help me remember it's from number 5, because I do not trust myself to have a memory of more than 20 seconds when it comes to numbers. Okay, so now it's outside of all of the folders. Okay. And all the way up to the top. Compress that. Hide that. Hide that. Here, we're going to grab a nice rich dark brown, like so. And we are going to fill. But first, I'm going to show that again, because here on this line we've got a gap that needs fixing, like so. Hide you again. Come to the right layer, fill, fill, fill. Cool. Then under the blue line, we're going to grab some opportunity to shade. What's happening over here? Let's just show that again. I'm going to include opportunity to follow this crease. Hide that. Okay. Let's try that again. There we are. Then blue shade, what we're going to do is we're going to just fill that and that and that and that, like so. Just like that. And with our highlight layer, I'm going to use that brown. Lots of little highlights. To make this look really coffee. Okay, so now if we make these all color layers, it doesn't look entirely unbelievable. Great. And this came from layer number 5? 5, yes. So now we creep all the way up to layer number 5, being careful to not drop this accidentally somewhere where it's not supposed to go. Sure. Onion skin off. Hey, we've got coffee over ice cream all of a sudden. Huzzah! I'm getting there. Then I'll use that as my color reference for the rest of these. Just gonna replace that there quickly. And then grab you, copy, and paste in 6. And you are absolutely 100% wrong in every way, but that's fine. Why? Because I'm just going to steal this one little piece. Okay. Firstly, line weight. You, here, go down 5, 4. There we go. All of a sudden line weight is correct. Hello there. Didn't know I could do that. Never mind that though. Grab the entire thing. Cool. And now here, by line, get rid of you, choose black, choose our animation inker, make sure that you're on 4 pixels, grab that. Okay. The rest of you, clear. You, we're going to grab all of that, clear. Because at this point it's actually pretty much all poured out. And these few frames are actually just closing the motion. Like the last drop should be about here in this frame, frame number 9. So here in number 7 as well, I'm going to just paste, grab it, scale it, position it like so. Okay, line weight on you down to 4. Clear everything else. Get rid of you. And at that one, we get the end of the tail, or the end of the coffee appearing over here. Okay, so here. I'm gonna hide this. Make that lace. Okay, then here. Make that opaque again. Make that visible again. Peculiar, but okay. Save button. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually clear these. Hide, hide, hide. Clear those. Show. Here, I'm just going to make that white so I'm not confused. Yeah. There we go. And like so. Okay. But done. Okay. I'm gonna hit the save button here. And I'm just going to quickly go on to the BRB for a second and just edit this, because I'm not going to go eat quickly. There's just something I really need to go sort out. Well, and let me just put this in caps lock. Oh my word, it looks awful in small letters. Caps lock, my friend. Will return shortly. Okay. Just gotta handle something real quick. Okay, I am back. Eek. Sorry about that. Let us go back to there. Let's just see how things are looking quickly. I'm not too sure about those opening frames now. If it should not actually already be. I'll figure it out when I get there. It's fine. It's fine. Is this in fact the right color? Just want to see. Should be this middle brown. Yes. Okay. Now one thing that I do need to fix here before I do anything else, because otherwise it is going to drive me insane, is yeah, Chaos. What's your story, huh? Are you saying you woke up and you don't like it? How wholly inconvenient that cat should awaken. How dare consciousness arise? Hey? Yeah? Hey, Chaos, yeah? Or are you saying you want food? Why is the latter more likely? I just moved. You silly bean. Sure, put your bum in my face, you silly cat. Yes, Chaos is on the lap. And I don't know what to do. Oh, he's actually lying down. How peculiar. I haven't even got the fuzzy blanket on. Let's see if he's going to hit keyboard shortcuts on us or not. Okay. So, next one. I have a shadow in the windowsill. Ah, cute. Cute. Ooh. There goes the daggers in the knees. Ooh. Okay. Cat, how am I supposed to draw if you want all of the attention, huh? How am I supposed to draw if you want all of the attention? What is a human to do? What is a human to do? Okay. Save button. And number next. Copy. Paste. And clear, actually. Here, line. And blob. And here. Let's not do that. And then over here, that's gonna creep up. That's gonna pull. And that's gonna bridge. Okay. Copy. Paste. Clear. Mm. That's too high. Okay. Onion skin off. It actually does need to carry through till here. Copy. Paste. Clear. This will carry the last of that splash. And paste. Clear. From here. Something like that. Save. Okay, let's see. Of course. Okay. I'm happy with that shape. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. So let's do the fills here quickly. All right. Hide you, and you, and you. Fill, fill. You're actually outside, but I'm still gonna fill you. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Hide you, hide you, hide you. No, before I hide you, I need to close those. So I need to just reduce that opacity so that I can see what I need to close. Hide you for a second. Okay, over here, we've got to close that, and we've got to close that. Cool. Now here, we're going to grab our coffee. We're going to hide our line layer after bringing it back up to full opacity. There we go. And on our white base layer, we're going to add our coffee, fill. There we go. And then we can show again. There we are. And I will be adding the shading after I've just got the full layers down. Because I've got the one that's shaded, then the rest are just kind of chop and change and all over the show at the moment. So I've got fold, 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 fold and shaded, needs filling. Hide. 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 Over here. Grab you. Fill and fill. And let's just put all of you guys back on your temp colors. All of you actually. Just so that I can see what I'm doing and what I need to achieve with the others. Okay. Almost got all of you. Then here. Switch like that again. Then here. You guys all need to be clipped down so that I can hide you, and you, and you, and not have interference so that I can see that I have got gaps that need filling. So come over here, show our inking layer again, make that less opaque line layer, and grab that and that. There we go. Then bring this back up to full opacity, hide it, and then here by our white base layer we're going to grab our coffee, fill that in, get our stray drop at the top here. Great. Put you all in fake colors. Then last one here, put you guys all on clipping layers. Hide the base color. Hide that highlight color. I need to ink this boundary still. So what's happening here? We have this one growing temporarily. This one turning into a drip. And that one filling up. There we go. Hide that. Let's see, what do we still need to fix? That needs closing. That needs closing. That needs closing. That needs closing. Okay, bring this back up to full opacity, hide it. Onion skin off. White base. Coffee fill. There and there. And there. Grab the lot of you, put you on temporary colors. Fix the bug. There we go. And let us move on to part number next. So we've got two things that we need to pay attention to here. Firstly is selecting the correct color for that. And the second thing is on the second color, selecting our shading color. There we go. So now we come over here and we are on the shading layer, so let us start with that. This is going to be an 8. So start with that little bean and a fill, and over here start with that and a reflection and a reflection, and over here for that and that and that. There we go. And then all of you like so. Coffee. Then here, same deal. Start with our multiplication layers. We've got our little bean. And we've got our not so little bean. Hide this for a second. Okay, and like so. Cool. It works. This side again. Why? Because there is in fact a second piece that needs treatment. And here, fill, fill, fill. And here, red line. like so. Okay. And over here, hide those two briefly. Fill, 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 fill. Show you two. Grab it all. Make it actual color. Okay. Here. Start with multiply. Make it dark grey. Over here. Like that. And like that. It looks a little bit like a weird octopus at the moment, but that's fine. Like a really weird octopus. Ba-da-dum-bum. Or a slime. Yes, it could be a slime. It could be a slime indeed. Okay. Now. Let's see. Here, we're going to add a shine like that, and a shine like that. Let's see, we're almost there with this one. Okay, now hide our multiply layers and fill in our highlights. And soon, we will have another column of falling coffee. Just like that. There we go. That'll work. There we go. So now we show you, and we show you, and that's that one done. And we show you. There we go. Save. Save, save, save. We are getting there. So one more this side of the stuff we've already done. So here should be on level 4 territory, yes. Huh. Okay, then here. Okay, now here. And fill all of these. Okay, next. Highlights, 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 highlights. That needs to not have that. And back up here. Let's pull these out. There we go. Show those again. Here. Like so. And like so. Okay. Now we go to this layer and we fill these ones in. And hide those. Grab a lot of them, make them color. There we go. Show you, show you. Now you'll notice that there is an issue on all of these highlights, that they are going over the top of it. I will fix that right at the end of this process. Or should I do it now? I think I'm going to do it now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, I'm going to hide you, I'm going to hide you. Grab the eraser, just go like so. And move control points, delete, like so. There we go. That'll do the trick. Okay, show and show. Okay. I'm actually going to move the coffee below the first line layer and actually do the same thing. And just cut out everything that is hidden here. So that goes on top again. And then all of this goes away. And here. Like that. There we go. And over here. This one. Pull that to the top. Erase. Erase. Okay. Delete control point. Over here. Grab you. There we are. Now, this one. I think I'm going to just quickly do the corrections on these two before I even get into that. Okay. Now we hide those two. Now here. This is automatically going to be in shadow. As was this supposed to be? Yes, it is. Okay. Then on this side here, we're going to have blub, glub, more globby. And inks just so that I can see what I'm doing. Then hide you again. Full. And come up here again. That. Like so. Like so. Here. Grab you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Cool. Then over here, other color, we're going to not scroll into the oblivion on the port side of the canvas, please, and thank you. And we're almost done with this piece of coffee that needs to be poured. And then we're a fair way through this part of the process. Okay, grab you guys, make you full color proper. There we go. Show inks like that. Ah, here's another issue that I was forgetting about. Completely forgot about that being an issue with this layer order. But it's fine, we're making a plan. Nope, 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 undo, undo. Okay, getting there. Now if I show that again, we're almost good. Here, just need to grab this. I'm actually going to need to refold this entire layer because yuck. There is so much ick happening here. I'm going to refold this one's flats. I'm going to do it now before I forget. So let me just hide that entire thing. So that part is all okay. But this is problems. This part was problems. So, fold that. Actually, all of that was also problems. Let me just be gone with a lot of it. Fold that. And like so. And like so. Okay. You go there. Grab you. No problems there, great. grab you, fall there, grab you. Go. You need help. Okay. So, since you need help, let's do just that. And show everything else again. There we go, that's looking a bit more decent. Show our coffee again. Here I'm going to just erase a couple of bits over here. I want to start introducing that dimension again, so I'm not entirely against those lines showing through. Okay, here as well I need to do reflats on this lot. Okay. But before that, we are 20 minutes past the 3-hour mark, oof, and we need to hydrate. Hydrate time. So, everyone, if you have not already done so, please grab your nearest safe for consumption beverage and hydrate. I have been grossly underhydrating today. Still got most of my bottle of water for the day with me, which is not great. As well is necessary at this stage because, oh my word, they are dry and they are red. Oh wow, that's ugly. And explains the headache. That explains the headache. Okay, eye drops in. Now, once again, let's start with just correcting these filling mistakes. So how bad is it? Okay, let's go. White base. Everything from there that is in frame must go. Highlight must go. Start with skin tone. That ought to be our black. Yes, that is indeed our black. Then over here there's an error still, so let's clear that. Okay, got it. Any issues on this side? Doesn't look like it. Cool. Grab that and fix this error. And grab that. Fall there. Okay. And like that. Here we go. Okay, then we need to show all of these again. Hello, hello, hello. Show that, show that. Actually, hide that temporarily still. Bring that up. Hide that temporarily still. Okay, now shade color, highlight color, blue line. We've got this crater, we've got that blob, we've got that blob, and we've got a part that's going into shade. Then we've got that blob. And that. And that. And that. And all of these, I'm just going to make sure is on number 4 here. Coming back over here. Great. Then blue fill. Grab all of these. There we go. Grab all of these. Ba-dum. Highlight layer and make them shinies. Okay. And hide you guys. And fill you guys. show and show. Grab the lot of you, make you color. Show that, show that, show that. Great. Come up here. There. And we're going to go. Erase that, erase that, erase that. And that, and that, and that. Delete you. Move you. Okay. Here we go. Almost have this coffee completely poured. Getting there. So, let me think. Let me think. One, two, three, four. That's what I've got inked still in the coffee pour. Okay. How long have we been at this now? Just gone 29 hours. Just gone 29 hours, okay. That's 29 hours of VOD that I need to scrape for clips. That's 29 hours of VOD I need to scrape for clips. Because I haven't scraped this for clips yet. It's fine, it's fine. I'll come through it eventually. I ought to probably start at some point. Maybe I should do that as my work before bed. Is put on a VOD and see if I bore myself to sleep. Oh man. While I work. Because it's part of the job. Okay, so Okay, then like so. Color on, great. Yeah, like so. Break that. Breaks that. Move you. Move you. There we go. And this one also has to get its falls corrected, because this one is also needing help. So, hide the coffee. Hide all our shading. Grab our skin tone. Grab our shirt color. And grab our our magic cutaway tool, and be gone with all of you. Fill, 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 fill. Okay, grab our t-shirt color again, fill and like so. Coat color, all of you guys, bam bam bam. Let's see, is there anything that's broken here? Yes, that's broken. Ack. Let's clean that up. There we go. Nice. And let's grab you. Full and full. Grab you. Full, 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 full. Okay, then here, clean that corner. There we go, and clean that corner. Grab our white, and apply barriers. And close. Clean that. Great. Great, 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 great. Now we can show our shading again. And our coffee again. Save button. Saving. Okay, great. So, how far are we there? So that's going like so. This line needs clearing in this little space over here. There we are. And where does that leave us? So far, so good. with our roughs in the back so that we can see where we've still got to do. We're getting there. We're getting there. We are at the 3 hours 40 mark. Okay. I'm going to quickly see if I can beg a cup of coffee because the power of suggestion here is most powerful. Let me see if everyone else in my abode is still conscious and if coffee is going to be on the cards. I will be back momentarily. I'll leave this on play for you. Okay, I have begged, and I've been told that it can be done, so yay. More coffee is on its way. That's going to be liquid motivation of note. So, number next, here. Yes? Yes. This is number next. Start with shade. In glob. 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 There we are. And over here. Another one up here. That one is also begging for a glob. And then here we need like that, and like that. That will do. And over here like that, and like so. And then make these all in color, show our inks, show our fills, which in this one are appropriate. Yay! Yes, Chaos Cat. Hello, I know you exist. Have you decided to regain consciousness again? Ta-da. And be gone with that one. Great. And now I'm going to actually need to clear that line. I'll probably also need to check the same line over here. Yes, that also needs to go. And over here, the same line also needs to go. And over here, same line also needs to go. So, be gone with you. Over here, that line is still necessary, so it stays. So scrubbing through, we've got our bean, our drip, our splash in, pouring, pouring. Last of it out of the cup. And that's the sound of chaos descending. Ready to spear ankles if one does not let him out so that he can have his grub. After a full day of sleeping. Okay, come on. Let's see how it's doing. Yep. There you go. Feline released. We resume. He's most upset with me, of course, because the last few days I've not been able to act as his personal transportation unit. Because under normal circumstances, when I'm not streaming at this hour, usually what ends up happening is that he makes a scene from the top of my bed, like he just did, and then I go up to the bed, toss him over my shoulder, because he somehow enjoys that a little bit, and then he gets escorted all of the way to the food bowl, where he must get fresh food. Otherwise, he doesn't eat it, because he is so fussy. That is a prima donna of a cat if I've ever seen one, so... Coffee has arrived! Yay! Yay! Coffee has arrived. Okay. Naturally, one does not simply get fresh coffee and not have a sip. Ooh, that's good coffee. Thank you so much. Oh, that's good coffee, thank you. Necessary. This is liquid motivation right now. Oh boy, this is liquid motivation right now. Okay. So, now I'm gonna go back over here, grab the base brown. Then this side. Hide all of these. Those of which need to be clipped. You need to be concealed for the moment. And you need to be filled, but not before we have closed you. So, over here, we're going to grab our black. And we are going to grab the entire line. Just like that. There we go. And hide you. Grab you. Go to our white base layer. Fill. Yay! Then grab our highlight color. Let's go backwards this time, why not? This is in fact not our base brown. Of course it's not our base brown, I always had the wrong layer selected. There we go. Grab that. Lock opacity. Fill. There we go, that's looking more close to the mark. Yeah, like so. And fill all of you. Like that. Grab you, our shading color. And I'm going to make this white again so that I can see what I'm doing, and I'm going to hide those temporarily. Alright, then over here we're going to grab a fill bucket. There we go. That will do the trick. Show you, show you. Make you the correct color. There we go. And there's yet something that is missing here. Namely, this entire little wedge. Funny how that works, eh? Now, that is then going to go away. But, that is going to get folded like so. And that is going to get folded like so. And it's otherwise going to be ready for step number next. Now, if I remember correctly, this one has not actually been populated yet. Okay, so duplicate you up to the top. Great. And you are going to go like so. And you can go like so. And a bit of white there. No, there wasn't any on this side. There will be now. Like so. There we go. Their color is then going to be white. Subcolor is then also going to be white. There we are. And then we'll see. This should now be smooth. For all intents and purposes, yes. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're making very good progress, I think. We're almost through all the complicated bits. What I am going to do is I'm going to cheat a little bit. You know these two? I'm going to steal, copy, you, and put you on this frame in a subfolder. And I'm going to copy you and put you on the same thing here. And I'm going to just grab both of you. And move you this way. And scale you down, like so. for the second pour. So the second pour is going to behave very differently. In the sense that that one is going to actually splash into the cup instead of pour onto the ice cream. So it's the overarching behavior is going to be different. But yeah, then I'm going to grab you and put you in the next folder over there. So it's going to be drip, falling. There it's going to be pouring. Here, however, I do want to grab everything over here and just pull it down a bit further. So that pour is going to be a whole other monster when we get to it. But that we'll only be able to do after this hand is in place, because I'm not going to do that before I've got a cup for it to go into. So yeah, there's that. But we've made significant progress, I think. So far, so good. Like, that looks significantly fluid, I think. You know, I'm happy with that. And the duration is not so that it would be inconsistent with how long it takes to pour an espresso. Because it's not like there's that much liquid in an espresso. Not in a single, anyway. Okay. I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. Okay, so let us apply color to that one. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, let's apply color to this one. And then I need to actually start shading these. Mm-hmm. Um, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Mm -mm -mm. Okay, yeah, let's go. Like that. Okay. And unlock, unclip that. Yeah. Black. Grab. There we go. Show. Hide. Hide. Is this the base color? Ought to be. Yes, it is. Great. We're here in the base color. Great. There we are. And here, gonna grab that color. And we're gonna go like so. And then over here. And then bam. Weak. And clean. And show. And show. And there we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat because there is no reason not to at this stage with move control points. Make it that clear so that it actually grabs. Move that up. Move that down. And over here. Fill. Grab that. Okay, and then over here we're going to add some shading over here, but we're going to also add a highlight over here. Haha. To get the dimensionality of the glass. Okay, so then over here we're going to grab our inker again. We're going to give ourselves our standard highlights. There we go. And great. Great. Save button. Coffee. While it's still warm. Okay, so soon and very soon I'm going to need to start playing smart when it comes to these shading line layers. Just checking for a bunch of inconsistencies, that there aren't anything sticking out at me that are going to drive me insane if I see them too late. So far we're mostly intact. So what I am noticing though, okay, I have actually just got one frame where we've got much of it in there. Let me just see. Is my mask on? Okay. Okay. Save button. Ooh, here's a mistake. Here's a fat mistake. I knew something was bugging me and I couldn't put my finger on what. That glove was the wrong color in that frame. it just goes to show you can be watching the same thing over 1,000 times and not see the obvious problems. Okay, Okay, so now, this one is going to be like so. And so. Okay. Okay, that works. That works. Yeah. Fill. Okay. Then, white base, back to color. That works. Ta-dum. And from here on, we are back to individual and unique shading layers up until pretty much here-ish. So all of those are unique and individual. Yay! So many, so many. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is from here, I'm gonna put this on I'm gonna put all of this actually on our color layer mode. Actually, I'm going to go so far as to say I'm going to grab everything and put it on its color layer mode up until this point. Copy. Hold on. You, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Let me just grab you again so that I can see what it is I'm actually dealing with. Undo. Grab that color. Displayed color. Okay. I'm just quickly putting everything back in the right style, because otherwise what's going to happen is I am going to get myself so hopelessly confused with what is going on. Okay. That's supposed to be that. Ren, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? My thumb is hurt and I'm late on my cosplay project and I blame Toho. Oh dear. Oh man, that is ah. You have my sympathies. The brainworms just be brainworming. I'm just putting everything back into working color mode because otherwise I'm going to start getting myself confused because I'm starting to mix up parts of the process and it's actually bad habits, so I need to go and not be in bad habits right this very second. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Now here, I'm going to copy this one, paste it here, clear it. Copy this one, paste it here. And paste it here, and paste it here, and paste it here, and paste it here, and paste it. No, from here, from here, I need to copy this one, paste this one here, and this one on the layer color, I need to adjust to here, and then do the same. These should all be the same from here. So from this point, I need to copy this. And I'm doing a lot of stuff in parts of the interface that you guys can't see, but I promise that stuff is happening. I sunk 30 hours into a Toho fan game in like a few days. Oh my word. That's a lot of hours. Like, I only just hit 30 hours on this animation 7 minutes ago. That is actually... that's a lot of Toho. I couldn't just leave it for later. I had to beat the whole thing marathon style. Oh my word. Oh my word. That sounds painful, but did you at least win? That is the actual question. Yeah, nice. Well done. I'll be perfectly honest, I still have not even Googled what Toho is to be able to appreciate that achievement, but it sounds impressive. I have just been in the tunnel vision of get this thing sorted. You know how, Cuphead, it's that, but somehow worse. I know of Cuphead, and I have been terrified of Cuphead, so I am doubly terrified now of Toho. I still have absolutely no idea what kind of mechanic it's going to be in that regard, but okay. Well done. Yes, that's the sound of fear in my voice. Okay. Now, I don't actually have red lines here, so I still need to add those in. I'm almost done getting myself back into good working practice with these. Almost. Yeah, only a couple of frames left. It's still in color. Do not make those guide layers. I want them to be clipped. Clip. Okay, here's the next red line. Clip. Copy red line. Paste. Clear it. Copy it. Paste. Paste. Clip it. Clip it. Let me just paste all of these red lines that's missing from these other things now. Almost there. Of course, I would copy one that is not clipped. Go. And only notice after I've pasted like 5 of the things. That was more than 5. Oh boy. Copy. Da-dum. Da-dum. How many more are there that are missing? Oh, sure. I copy the one that's clipped after I've finished bridging the gap. Oh, don't you just love it when that happens? Okay. So, clip, base color. 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 Okay. That puts us in this category. All right. So, we are getting there. Oh, we're getting there. Let me put the coffee layers also in that so that it doesn't look weird and gross. So here, like that, like that. Okay, okay, then over here. All of them like that. Like that. I think my description of Toho got filtered or something. Even bots be like, that's too much. Okay, please don't explain it. I'm terrified now. Yeah. I will do a safe search on my own to educate myself about exactly why I should not be having anything to do with it. I will do the due diligence on that. Okay. Now why do I get the distinct feeling? Okay. I'm clearly going slightly insane. It's fine. If the mere nature of my still being working on this is not a sign of my tentative insanity, I don't know what is. As long as it's not complete insanity, I'm okay. Okay, so now that is looking distinctly more tame. What's happening here? Where are these lines? I had lines here, otherwise I would not have blue shadows here. It's not safe for work for anything. It's shoot them up, and I'm guessing the bot does not like the actual genre name. Ah, yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because I have got it in somewhat strict. But yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I've just got a really strict bot because I don't have any human mods, you know? So it's easier to have a bot that does a lot of over filtering and protect the chat that way than have you know, gross people and hate raids and all of that nonsense. Because good chat moderation is important. At least my hunch was correct. Okay. Right, now let me just correct this. Which, for some obscure reason, I don't know why, these got thrown away. Unless I had actually had them on the wrong layer to begin with. That's also highly likely. Actually, trying to do this is... You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to trace this as best as I can, but not be pedantic about it. Because why? This is only one frame where things are translating quite significantly. I can cheat, you know. And then I should be able to just clear the shading in this section and redo it with the light blue. So if I now grab my clear thing, like so, and now in my full bucket, do like this. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. It looks amazing. Mama Maria just brought supper. Oh man, that looks good. Steak and chips. Nice. With a cucumber and tomato side salad and a few slices of pickled beetroot. Lovely. Oh, it's gonna be yummy. I'm looking forward to this. This is gonna be yummy. Yep, that does the trick. That does a trick. I am just going to mute for a moment while I quickly eat. Because this does not want to get cold. I'll be back momentarily. There are tons of Toho fan games and projects, so there's no need to even subject oneself to the original game style. I found a Mario Kart style racing game of Toho characters on flying brooms. Oh my word. You know what? Kudos to the game devs who went ahead with that. I don't even know what the legalities of that are, but hey, if folks are having fun, folks are having fun. The creator of Toho gives permission for people to freely distribute fan games and sell them under a license. Oh, that is cool. Kudos to that dev. Wow. That is actually so cool. Talk about a way of generating free marketing is by letting people do fan creations. Huh. Funny how other people don't think of that. Well, at least not to what sounds like such an extent, anyway. Okay, supper finished. Toho very much has the spirit of for fans by fans, and I love it. Oh man, that is so cool. It is so cool. Well, you had me terrified before, but now I'm actually curious. So I will definitely be investigating that, because that sounds really cool, actually. Okay, so what's happening over here? That needs to be visible, that needs to be visible. What is happening here? Is that the coffee is not visible at all. This is why one scrubs. This is why one scrubs. You do not trust that things are going to be right, you check that things are going to be right. Okay. Now that that is in order. Okay, now that that is in order, the next step is going to be working more on shading. The next step is going to be working more on shading. And we are 5 minutes away from the 5-hour mark this day. Don't you love it? That puts us at more than... Yeah, we are at almost 30.5 hours on this animation already. Yay. Ah, man. And all of it was streamed! Just about. Give or take maybe 40 minutes. Ah, man. I heard that Zun originally sold his games at Comiket, and the first one sold only a handful of copies, but each year there were more sales, and look at how massive it is now. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Sorry, just a sec. The sick is still with me, unfortunately. And it decided now of all times to cause me to need to do something about it. Yeah. Okay. So, the shading continues. The shading continues. Now, let us start by making sure we are on the correct layer. And over here, I'm gonna grab that and just fall in like that. Tweep. That we don't want to do there. We want to be on the correct layer. Thank you. Also, Zin composed all the music himself. Absolute unit. Oh my word. What a champion. Dude. Champion. Right there. So next steps is going to be hiding all the white base layers and unclipping the blue line layers. Why? Because I want to be able to see where the blue line is and adjust, at least for the next few frames. Okay, so I am over here. That needs to be unclipped. Alright, then, yeah, like that. But yeah, another thing I'm thinking is that one day when I have my ducks in a row, and Linux installed on this machine and tested with everything that I need to do, and all of that, I'm going to reinstall my audio workstation stuff on this machine, and I'm going to pick up that side of affairs again as well. I need to learn it more in depth too, in between everything else. Because you know how I said that soon Drifter was going to be able to assist me with music things at Keeper Media? Turns out that may not actually end up being 100% true, because you remember that a couple of days ago I had to help him stream a thing? That's basically all of a sudden, within the span of a week, turned into a full-time job for him. So I am going to need to go into my own composition again. So I'm just going to need to learn the tools from scratch, and brush up on some of my theory stuff, because there's a lot that I don't know that I know that I don't know. I've got the probably the most important textbook of the entire studies right here. This textbook I need to devour somehow. You can see it's a pretty old copy. But it's right here next to me, and I just need to get into that and then learn my tools and play a bit. So, there are things that I've got to work on in my various level ups that are in process and coming. Because at the moment, the less I am reliant on other people's capacity, and vice versa, the more I'll be able to actually achieve at this point. Because waiting on other people's capacity has proven pretty fruitless so far. Don't need to go higher up than that. Actually, I don't. I can ignore. I can ignore most of this. Okay, then we've got 1, 2 spikes. 1 spike leads in there. Second spike points out there someplace. Third spike comes down. Like so. Something like that. Now we've got 2. Add that. shoulder in. Okay. There we go on that side. And like so. Like so, and that's going to be closed like that. That's going to close like that. That like that. We're getting there. Okay. Now we've got to go down, up, up, like so. Okay. Something like that. And like that. And in here, we've got a knuckle, then the other knuckle, and then in. Great. And then we've got that little shadow. Okay, then is there anything else that's here? We need that little shadow there. We need that little wedge shadow there. we need that little wedge shadow there. That should be all of them. Okay. So now if I come to this layer and I go and fill these all in. Okay, we're getting there slowly but certainly. Okay, there's a little error over here. That'll do. And then over here. Great. Right, now, next section is going to be red line on the exact same thing. So here we're looking at the highlights on the hair, basically exclusively. So here, what we actually want is, we want to grab this color. There we go. And on this side here, two is maybe a little fine. Three for highlights. Okay. There we go. That's highlights where they'll be visible. Disable onion skin. Enable clip. Enable clip. Show. Yellow highlight. Fill, fill, fill. And there we go. Next one, yay. There's still more. Here and here. Great. Okay. Now this one, we are going to want to unclip that and unclip that. Show onion skin. Following layer, hide white base. Former layer. Oh boy, this looks messy. Actually, no. Following layer, leave that. Go to my onion skin settings and say next frame 0. Clear the clutter that's unnecessary lines. There we go, now we are only seeing the previous frame. Fantastic. Ooh. And then I'll just need to watch for it when I get to frame 18. That I play smart. And copy what I can copy before I do anything stupid on extremities. Okay, I should probably stand. I have not stood in a while. I have not stood in a while. That's not healthy. I need to stand a little bit. Sorry. Okay, just stretching out. Hip flexors a little bit. Rotating, you know. Get some blood flow in the legs. Because that's an important thing to do. Just get blood flowing. Do. But yeah, it is 10 to 9 at night in my world. So, after I've inked this frame, I'm going to call it for the evening. I'm going to probably potter around in something else that's been on my mind for the last 10 minutes afterwards and see if I can come up with something interesting that I probably won't be able to show you for a while still, but I'm feeling like I need to potter, and that's a good way to wind down the brain. So I will do that this day. Okay, so starting with not highlights. Can we start? We can start with highlights. I think we can start with highlights. It's fine. Get those out the way. Okay, then over here, this is going to ask for size 4. And then size 3. And then back to size 4. Now let me just make sure, because I think I did something stupid. Did I do the stupid? I somehow avoided doing the stupid. Yay! I find that a victory. I call that a win. I call that a win. I did not, in fact, accidentally make that purple. I think. Did I? Did I read that properly? No, I think I did actually make that purple in some places. Whoopsie. Let me fix that. Yeah, I did totally make that purple in places. That's not gonna fly. So, yeah. What I need to do is not be in that way. I need to put that color in slot 2. So we're going to go over here. We're going to grab that color in slot 2. We're going to go back here. We're going to go that button, main color, that. Okay. Right, now everything should be that little subtle green, yes. Okay, now that goes back to whole line mode. Cool. Then here we fill those like that, and we fill those like that for a start. Okay. Then that goes away, that goes off. Then back to this. And like so. Um, okay. Let's just reorientate ourselves. Oh, eyes are starting to swim. Okay, I'm not going to finish this one this day because the eyes are starting to swim, and that is a sign that I have been at this long enough. So I am going to leave it at that. Save. Let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take grab the low-hanging fruit. I'm going to grab the low-hanging fruit in the full layer and see from here. That's an easy fill. That's an easy fill. That one's easy. Just give ourselves something a bit more concrete. Almost got it. The most easy progress that one can achieve when one is on a low brain energy moment, one must take. Rather than breaking oneself over a high mental energy thing, find the thing that's small and easy and that you can quickly do that still has an impactful change. And I think that filling in that shade over there was definitely in that category. Okay, so I'm going to stop there, export this, send it through for the day's progress report. Thank you all so much for bearing with me for these 5.5 hours. Oh my word. So yeah, that puts me at 31 hours of working time so far. I have now got about 31 hours of stream VOD to comb through and look for clips. So that is something that I've got to do somewhere over the next week or three. Because the longer I leave it, the more that our count is going to add up. And that's going to be ugly. And I'm not going to ask anyone for help for that because it's a lot of time and I'm not going to. I don't feel comfy asking people to help me with that at this stage. Because I can't pay them for that time. That is going to vanish out of their lives. So, yes. That's going to be me. At some point I've got to work through that, and I've got to work through it fast before it gets unmanageable. And yes, we'll probably be back tomorrow to continue from this point onwards. So, I might start a little earlier tomorrow. It depends on how the day goes. Yeah, it's a little mad, but yeah. Thank you all once again. Rest well when you get to it, and until next time. Night night.